The following video was pre-recorded on twitch.tv/codedman9000. More information on the stream times at the end of the video. Previously on Stone to Space.
For the start of Chapter 3, we went to Kerbal Space Program to learn how to make rockets so that we could explore the stars for a new home. We began playing on career mode while not knowing anything about what we were doing. After doing some research off-stream, we then moved to the science mode with newfound knowledge. We went to both moons, created communication networks, planes, science missions, a space station, and then ended the game by traveling all the way to Duna in the Antari ship.
After arriving at Duna, our ship the Antares fell apart, causing us to land on Duna and mine its resources so that we could fix the Antari ship. We unlocked various buildings, and also different types of science. After fixing everything but scanners on the ship, we then left the planet behind us as we continued to travel in space. Partially during our space flight, we landed on an asteroid. Over the course of a few hundred cycles, we had mined out the asteroid, converting its resources into various things that we needed in order to keep 24 dupes alive. We made a lot of automated machines to take, cool, or convert items into other items. We then turned on a machine that would allow us to take a dive into the dreams of one of our dupes. Hello and welcome to a Twitch Plays Along series called Stone to Space. Today we're in Chapter 3, Space Travel. Today we are playing Vintage Story. You'll see that I am currently blacksmithing. I'm turning a bunch of iron blooms into iron ingots, and then these are going to be turned into iron plates. So what I did off stream is I went back and forth to the ruin. I brought all the items back, which is why I am using a black bronze hammer right now. On top of that, we have 4 leather bags, because the leather cured while I was going back and forth from the ruin back home. And I then realized that, we don't have a lot of fat. We're probably not going to be able to get an automated blacksmith, which needs a health hammer. So I figured while I was already doing some homework off stream, I might as well do some blacksmithing so that we can get chainmail armor set up. So I did get, as far as I know, all the chain metal that I need for us to put together the chainmail armor for the body and the pants. And what I'm starting to do here is the blacksmithing of the iron plates so that we can turn the chainmail armor into plate armor. So I don't know if we're going to do all this together on stream, because this will take quite a while for us to do. Kind of debating if we're going to. I do have a decent setup here for what I'm doing. Reason why I'm using a black bronze hammer is this was from the ruin. While blacksmithing, broke our first iron hammer. We do have a spare iron hammer that's behind us in a way in the game, but I want to use this black bronze first because that has a lower durability amount. So I figured it'd be worthwhile to use the ruin hammer, not ruined, the hammer from the ruin. I think I might call it after doing the next iron bloom, because I don't want to make you guys sit here and wait. While doing some blacksmithing, I did get another iron ingot that was missing a single voxel. So we now have 2 iron blooms that are not completely done, and that we should be able to fix with a health hammer once we get to that point. Yeah, I'm not going to make you guys sit through the next one. I mean, I won't make you sit past this one. And I can take it out once it gets hotter than 700, but since it gets up to 900, I just let it keep going. I should probably put this away. And apparently, if my math is correct, in order to make plate armor, you need a whole 32 stack of iron ingots in order to combine them down into 16 iron plates, because each plate takes 2 ingots. So armor is somewhat expensive. The chainmail, I don't know if it equates to 16 pieces of chain, in order to make the chainmail armor completely. But that all takes 2 iron ingots per piece of chainmail. And then the iron plates also take 2 ingots per piece of plate. Hi, baby. Did you bring the string? You guys can't see him because the camera's a little bit moved from where it should be. Anyway, we are going to place all of this in the spots that I had laid out. And this should make chainmail a body. That can go right there. Then this is for the leggings. And if I'm correct, it's almost the same exact crafting inventory as making the iron armor. But I'm not going to make you guys sit through all of this unless I can't think of anything else to do. And I'm also going to put the hammer in here. Because up here is going to be the steel hammer. Where the iron hammer? Where is the iron hammer? Chat, we have a spare iron hammer. Excuse me one moment. There's no iron hammer there. Is it right here? No, that's the pickaxe. That's the knife, 2 swords, axe, spear. It's not in my inventory. It's not right there. Oh, apparently I'm using the iron hammer. So I went through the bronze hammer already, and I'm halfway through the iron hammer. Wow, I didn't realize I did that much smithing. Does that mean I put the... We're gonna actually use that as a sword. Should probably put this over. Does that mean I put the hammer in here? No, the hammer's not in here. It looks like I did use all of the bronze hammer. I didn't realize that. What we're gonna do is I'm gonna put this over here with that sword. And the hoe I'm gonna put there. Alright. Let's go check in on our barrels. This is another thing that I did off stream. I got annoyed with how we had our roads beforehand. So I fully converted our road to being diagonal. And then with us having straight roads coming from the door and also from the farm area, it left a 1 block space here that's going to be a curb. It is going to be a stone at some point. Which is why this isn't filled in. I also added in a path from this door all the way around the building to the back. So this is like a sidewalk specifically for this one building. Another thing that I did is this used to be 2 blocks wide. I thought it looked a little weird going from 3 to 2 to 1. So I just made this all 1 block. We still get the buff. So if we go in here, I think... Yep, this is done. So that's prepared hide. That goes into this barrel to make leather. And that'll be 22 pieces of leather. And then somewhere over here we should have gray dye. There it is. And if we add these 5 metal scraps to it, that will make black dye in 8 hours. Wow, I didn't realize it was that quick. Alright. Now, that's what I need to do is figure out what we're going to be doing next. I'm going to first take some sushi out of here because we are eating our sushi. We do have a lot of meat that's going to go bad in 5 days. That's a whole stack of meat that's going to expire in 5 days. We should probably look into what I can do with just meat. So let me get my notes up. Alright, so something that we can do with just meat is make sausage, and unfortunately, sausage requires a piece of fat per piece of sausage. And it looks like we first turn the meat into nuggets, and then we add one nugget with one fat, and that'll make a raw sausage. If we add a piece of salt on top of that before making the sausage, it makes curing sausage. If we add all these sausages, one meat nugget and one piece of fat. But if we add salt, it gets curing sausage. If we change the salt for cheese, it makes raw cheesy sausage. And if we add cheese and salt, it makes curing cheesy sausage. And then we put that onto hooks. And then for some reason I have 0.5 liters of water plus one dried sausage. And I didn't write down what that makes. But I'm guessing that makes vintage sausage after it dries on a hook. Fortunately, I don't know what we're actually going to do. If I take a look at this. This is ingredient for clean offal, which looks like it is for raw blood sausage, really. So if we put all of this into a barrel with 1 liter of water per piece, which it looks like a stack is 32, we can then add it to this. Which looks like we can use the blood instead of fat. I think this is what we're gonna do, just to use all of the meat. What is this? Black pudding. Oh, that is with the fat. Still with blood, though. So we can either use fat or use a piece of meat along with this, which actually I think would be a better option. I wouldn't use all of our fat. We would actually have to kill a couple more animals so that we can get this up to a full stack. We would only need 4 pieces, or 3 pieces. Let's go do that, actually. Let's get this started. I didn't mean to throw that. Press the wrong button there. We need 32 in an empty barrel. That's brine. That's lime water. I think I'll just move both of these over. Just so that I can go like this. 30. Add that in there. This will make clean offals after 24 hours. Alright, let's go on a hunt for a couple more pieces of fat. I heard you. I think we need to light up a little bit more of the cave. Where? Oh, I know where that's coming from. We finally have monsters down here. Yep, there it is. We need to light up this area. Now, we did get a couple of pieces of fat while I was going around looking for stuff. So I think we'll use that fat to make this portion at least, to combine that into the other drive shaft. I should probably grab some torches and torch holders. We're down there. How much fat do I have? 7 pieces. I have the axle. I just need to make 2 gears, and then that one thing is done. I came in here for torch holders. Not these torch holders, but we could use them. We could switch these out with the modded torch holders. I am gonna need, I think, 2 torches. Let's just light these. And then we're gonna go around the town to all the houses and switch out their torches for these. Okay, so this is not the correct torch. This one is not as well. And there should be one in here. Just making sure that there isn't 2. Now this is going to be lowered at some point once I fill in that hole. But since we're not actively using this as a house, I don't see the point right this second to do it. Now, what this also does is give us extra torch holders that we can place around the farms. I think I got all of them. Should be 2 on both floors, 1 in the storage room, 1 outside the door. Let's make sure that the chicken coop... Oh, I also did the road. I finished the road. There was a few pieces that we missed. And I built them in. So if we go in here, there's a few in here. There should be 1 in here. Yep. Alright, chicken eggs. That still says 5 days, so I think that might be another set of 2 eggs. Oh, that's another thing I said I was going to do. We were going to come in here and take care of the hen population. Because I think we have too many. Alright, also our pigs are fully grown. So I'm gonna have to go in there and take care of the older generation. So those baby pigs should be generation 0. Yeah, let's do the place that we're currently working in now. Before we go and do any of the other buildings. We are using the farmhouse, so I figured that would be a good spot to start in. Where's the other? Did I pick up both pieces? I think I did pick up both pieces. I might not have enough for this entire building. Actually, I do. Oh, maybe I don't. Because I wanted to put 1 outside here, I think. Actually, there isn't 1 out here, except for the 1 on the ground. That's not where I wanted to put you. Okay, so if we come out here, we'll do this one. And that's it. So now if we go down here... Oh, that's another thing. Is every floor of this have a torch? It does. That's a lot of torches. Alright, let's come down here and figure out where we want to put the 2 torches. I think I want to put 1 right here. And then obviously 1 has to go way down here. But I don't want it where we're going to be digging into. Let's go up there. That should be enough. I mean, we could probably use a 3rd torch. And since that one's up on the 3rd level, let's put this one up on here. Alright. Let's bring these torch holders back home. And let's make 2 angled gears. What do I need? The hammer and the saw and the chisel. Oh, that's not what I wanted. One, two. That's enough for us to connect in our stuff. I don't have enough fat to do all of it, but I could put in some of the axles for our offshoots. So let's grab another 4, but we need wood. Put these away. I can't put them in there, so they'll go down here. Okay, in here we have our maple. Let's use maple next. There is a Dragonair in chat. That is a Gen 1 Pokemon. It is the evolution of Dratini, and the pre-evolution of Dragonite, which is the pseudo-legendary. That's age-logged. I don't really want to use the age-log. Let's use the birch afterwards. Alright, so 1, 2. That's the maple. And then we want to go like that. Oh, I only want 2 more again. That's all of these. Now we just need the axles, which we won't be able to make all of them. Actually, we can. Look at that. No, we can't. We can only make 1 more. Or 2 more, I mean. Okay, let's put, this goes back in here, because I'm gonna need that for smithing. I want this out in my inventory, so I can put it away. Alright, let's go down into the basement, put together some stuff. First things first, gotta get these connected to each other. So now we have 4 different points where we can take stuff off here. And right here is going to be 1. Then we'll go from this side. That's going to definitely go to the health hammer setup in the blacksmith, but I don't know what these 2 are going to be used for. But we have them if we need them. And just to make sure that everything turns. Everything does turn. I could probably use putting a transmission and a clutch on the ends of each of these so that I can turn off. Nah, we don't want them down here, because then if we're over at the health hammer, we want to turn it on, we'd have to walk all the way over here just to walk back. So we'll put a clutch near the things that we're using, but not over here. And in here is just going to be the axles. We'll leave them there. Alright, let's go take care of the pig that's up here. That should give us some bloody offal. I forgot. Goes in the backpack. Another thing that I found out through the mod... That's not where I wanted that. There is a butchering bag that we can make out of leather. So we are going to be making that together. And we now have enough bloody offals. So if we take all this downstairs, we can start another barrel for the bloody offals. That in there, sort. That gives us another 32 stack. Which means that if we... You know what? We're going to empty this. Or should we? That's an empty barrel. This has 4.5. It only takes 24 hours. 1, 2, 3. That's not what I meant to do. Alright, put those in there. That'll be hopefully a full stack of this meat to do. And all of a sudden that says it's good for... Oh, it's switched. I see. The raw crab meat is 11% spoiled, so I should probably cook that now. Chicken's also rotting. It's because we keep mixing them together. But anyway, with the amount of bloody offals we're going to be making, we'll have enough to use this raw bush meat. But the crab right now should probably be cooked and eaten. So I should be able to cook it in here. You know what? Let's not use this. I put the saucepan in there just so that we would have it somewhere. Alright, let's put the cleaver back, and by the time that we come back up here... That's not where the cleaver goes. Cleaver goes in here. We should be able to cook all the crab with just 2 pieces of wood. Not 100% sure, but we should be able to. That's definitely more than enough. Alright, we're gonna eat the crab before we eat the sushi, because it looks like the crab's gonna fill us up, actually. Alright, let's look at butchery. That's not useful butchery. There's an advanced butchering tape? What's the difference? 100% drops when creatures butchered. Tools consumed upon craft. Goes into backpack slot. I don't get what that means. 120% drops when creature butchered. Like it gives us even more? Ah, I think it does. This looks like it just gives us 100%, and I'm guessing the primitive one does not. What's in the advanced? Is this iron? It is iron. We could make one of these. It wouldn't take too long. It would take some of our iron ingots that we already prepared for the armor. That's 4 ingots here, 7 total. Anyway, I went in here to look at the leather butchering bag and the sturdy leather butchering bag. Now, sturdy leather is created by doing something else. It requires chromium tanned hide, which is chromium sulfate, 3 liters of chromium sulfate with a scraped hide. So it's pretty much the same as us putting weak tannin, but it's a different type of thing. And this just takes sulfuric acid and crushed chromite. I don't know what chromite is. Obviously, it's a item. Sulfuric acid is saltpeter and powdered sulfur. That kind of makes sense. In a cooking pot? Really? That's odd. And the only thing it's used for is making chromium sulfate for the sturdy leather. Now, I don't know if this sturdy leather stuff is modded or not. But if you read this, it's a bag for carrying animals more efficiently to slaughter, and it has 5 slots. So it's not as good as the leather backpack. It was 1 slot less. But I think it allows us to hold 5 animals that would fit in this slot. And it takes 16 pieces of leather. I did not look at how much leather we have left over after making the armor. I don't have enough, but I could get ready for using it. So we're gonna need a knife, which I'm gonna assume gets taken as we do that. Looks like it takes 1 ingot to make nails. We're gonna need 4 pieces smelted into 1 copper ingot. So 1 copper ingot makes 4 pieces. And then a rod. It's 1 ingot per rod. So we need 3 ingots? It doesn't look like... Oh, I have 3. Alright, let's see if I can make all the stuff that we need. I feel like I'm gonna need more than just 3 ingots. I think I need 4 ingots. I also have the saucepan in my hand. Didn't mean to keep that on me. I also got fire clay from the ruin, so we have 4 raw fire clay bricks. We could make another bloomery. So let's get this going. We're gonna move this right there. Right here. Another thing that I messed up is I went to make an iron ingot and I accidentally made something else. So I had to use the chisel to break it down into iron bits. That's what we have. About 20 extra bits more than you guys would have seen last. They're probably warm enough to do, but I want to get this started. And we have enough charcoal. Oh, I'm not holding the torch. I was wondering why it was taking so long for it to light. So that's gone. I need this in my hand. Let's see what this makes. Oh, it does make 4 nails. Okay. So we did only need 3 ingots. So the only thing we're going to need after this is the leather that I'm currently making. And this was the nails. Which we can use 2 of them for the bag, and then the other 2 for like another chest. Alright, so, I don't have a spot for nails in there, so it's gonna have to go up here. And we can leave them in there to cure. What else did I need? I need a flint knife, because it's gonna take our knife. So what I'm gonna do is set that up. Then let's nap a flint knife. And with the power of the auto-do mod, it is now done. I'm glad that I can use any knife. Just make sure it can use flint. Obsidian, copper, obsidian, granite, iron, granite, Bitterite. Why there's two different kinds? Oh, one's bone. I'm not seeing flint knife. I think I just wasted flint on that. It's looking like it has to be metal or hardened stone. We're gonna keep this here just in case, and we won't make another knife. Because we could use this tin bronze knife. Yeah, we can use the tin bronze. It doesn't have to be maxed out on durability. There is a Coneby in chat. Coneby has a split evolution, which is reliant on its gender. So a male Coneby, which is in chat right now, does not have a little red triangle on one of its faces. And if it's a female, it does have the red triangle, so that's the way to know. If it is a female, it evolves into Vespa Quinn. So it's got a cool gender reliant thing. Alright, we only have 2 more days of January, and then we should be in February. The strong tannen's gonna take 4 more days? I'm gonna guess 0.5 of a day is gonna be 12 hours total, so we're at 9 hours out of 12. We're 3/8 of the way done the first day. So in 4 days would be now February 3rd. That's when this hide is going to be done for the butchering thing. These are all going to be done within the next day. Congrats, Gene, on catching Kobe. I think we're going to go on another hunt. Let's put the saucepan away. We're keeping the shears on us for taking the leaves away when the trees get in the way of us trying to find stuff. How much stone path do we have? Because I put off doing more stone path since we weren't doing it together. I have about a stack and 10. I think it's actually a stack and 9 pieces. We are going to continue the road going out this way because I am planning on doing steel at some point. And I think this large area with all the trees that you guys can probably not see past the darkness, there's more trees in front of us. There's like maybe 2. I'm thinking about using this for beehive kilns and the steel making kiln. Don't know if that's called something else. But the beehive kiln is used in place of pit kilns. And it creates... It does pottery stuff. But it does a lot more than what 1 block of a pit kiln can do. So if we take bricks for an example, a pit kiln can only do 12 bricks at a time. A beehive kiln can, I think, do multiple stacks at a time, which is obviously more than 12. But I think I'd rather do that during the day, doing the path over to that side of the building. I'm also thinking about widening the area here. Like maybe we cut back this hill 3 blocks and then put up like a retaining wall to make it look like it was purposely cut into. I don't know. We'll do that during a day or after the snow starts to melt. Which again, we should only have a couple more days. Actually, no. February is part of winter in this game, if I remember correctly. And what are all these dots? Oh, all the stones that are on the ground. In the minimap, there's a bunch of darker spots mixed in the snow, so that's a good way to find stuff. Am I hearing running water or just the wind? I think I'm just hearing the wind in the trees. Maybe not. Because that's running water. What's under here? Nothing. It looks like something fell. Alright. What we could spend today doing is doing the rest of the anviling. Because if we make the plate armor, we could probably withstand a bear attack and kill the bear before it kills us. We will still take some amount of damage, but the armor would tank most of it. So I don't know what we're going to want to do with that. I'll go on the hunt for fat first, and then we might switch it up to doing a bunch of anviling. Alright, let's test out the shears right here at these trees. So it should do multiple at once. Oh, there is a dead body here. That might have been where the one pig was that I was trying to find. Now that I think about it. Now, all I'm trying to do is get rid of player height with these so that I can see where I'm going if I'm trying to run away. I'm not trying to get rid of every single leaf. Like that would probably be good enough. Let's do a little bit in here. That's a berry tree, or berry bush. And this should help us hunts-wise. And I'm hoping that I run into something that I can kill as I'm doing this. Because we'll be able to see better. Doesn't look like I'm gonna run into anything though. Unless there's a bear sleeping nearby. Which is another thing I find ironic in this game. Because IRL, bears hibernate during the winter. But it seems like bears in this game are more frequent during the winter. I did just hear some wolves howl, so there's wolves near us. But this should also help us see where the wolves run to if we take out all the leaves. Because I was losing wolves in the leaves. And then not knowing where they went. There is another tree in here. Look at that. I may have taken some leaves off of it just now. There's another tree. Wow. Okay. Let's take some time and just look around for the wolves that I heard over here. Keeping my ears open. Trying to listen for any growls. There's apparently some seeds that fell over here. Alright, this is a lot of leaves. Probably gonna lose the wolves in this tree area. What's down here? It doesn't have anything to do with hunting, but I'm curious. Nothing on this end. What about over here? We could dig into this. I don't know if that's going to go anywhere, so I don't want to jump down that far. Same with that side. For me, there's nothing promising about this cave. Let's get out of here. Alright, and I think we were more focused on going west. I heard them. I don't see them, but I heard them. I know you guys heard them too. There he is. Already damaged. How are they already damaged? Alright, I'm just gonna throw these all over the place. And the rest I'm just gonna put on the ground here. Didn't want to pick up the stones again. Because if we find that wolf that's howling right now, we're gonna need an empty spot. There! Uh-oh. 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 Gets to the water. And the wolf at the same time. Dang it. Well, we know where a wolf and a bear is. We're just gonna run up here and put this wolf on the hook. Not gonna prepare it or anything. Alright, let's run over to our death marker, which should be in the lake that I used to run away from a bear from all the time. If we keep something in our offhand, we don't get that marker from... Where was I? Oh, I was in that lake. That's not the same lake I thought I was in. I just saw water and I ran to it. Hopefully the sun comes out. It is 6 in the morning, so we should be getting sunlight. I know there... Okay, we are getting a little bit, but there's a storm. And another thing that's going to happen, once all this snow melts, we won't be slowed down as much as we are. I don't know if you guys noticed, but when I'm not in snow, I walk a little bit faster. Don't know what I just picked up. Well, there's a little deer. And a fox. Oh, resin. More resin. There's a Sealio in chat if anyone wants a seal. There's the bear. And the wolf. No, I'll take on the bear first. There's the bear. Where'd it go? Doesn't look like I got the wolf. We're gonna leave the bear in the water because I know where it is. Let's go chase after this wolf. And I lost it in the leaves. Alright, let's take all the leaves out then. It's not still over here, but we can at least make this prepared next time. So I'm sure we'll be back to this area in the future. Let's go grab the bear. That was probably another reason why we got caught by the bear in the water. Because we had the wolf in our pocket. You know what? I heard that wolf howl again. I'm gonna assume that it ran this way. It teased me. I don't see it anywhere. And I went quiet because I was trying to listen for it. I think I just heard it over here. There are a lot of leaves that are at... There he is. And there's resin there. Switch the resin for that. There's another wolf, unfortunately. We don't really need bones. Alright, let's go get the bear before we die to something. Hard to tell where the hitbox of the leaves are with this mod pack, which makes them look a little extra poofy. Alright, and the bear is somewhere in here. I think that's the bear over there. It is! Alright. Is there anything that we would like to explore before we head back? Don't know what that is. We're gonna ignore that. There is a trader nearby. And I labeled it as a food trader. Let's go say hi to the food trader. While also making this a little bit easier to look through. Am I still heading the right way? No, I'm too far north. If I keep doing this, this will make it easier for future hunts. That's a bear. There was a black bear. I don't know how it didn't see me, but I'm glad. Oh, hello, Risen. That was hidden in trees. Am I still heading towards it? I'm actually currently looking. Oh, I can see it on the minimap now. There they are. Can't get me up here now. Sir, could I buy some of your food? Forgot, I need to go like this in order to talk to you. They have cheese. We could buy some cheese. Oh, we could sell them pumpkins. That's a good way to get money and a reason to have pumpkins. I don't know if there's another thing we can use pumpkins for. We can get cranberries. We can buy flax seeds. Debating on if I do that or not. We could buy beeswax. I think we'd get more out of just buying the honeycomb. They have 16. Then we get beeswax from that, so we would be getting honey and honeycomb. Or honey and beeswax, I mean. We could get blue cheese and have some cheese. I don't have space. Unless I throw away the sticks and the bones. I'm gonna do it. Can I have all of your honey comb? Wait, you... It says they only have 16, and that's more than 16 right here. Also, I don't think I can afford that, because the cheese is... That's all the gears I have. So what about the stuff that... Oh, it's on the ground. And I'm not gonna make your home messy, so... Just gonna keep going like this. There we go. Alright. Do we try and find that bear? Probably die to it. I think we should. Who knows, maybe we uncover a little bit more resin on the way. This is a good way to get sticks, though, I've noticed with the shears. We had 2 stacks of sticks. Hello, wolf. Oh! Killed it right away. I'm just gonna go like this. We're just gonna call it animal. That's forever marked. Maybe we should start using our falk sword instead of this spear. Because that got it pretty quickly. And it didn't give them a chance to run away either. I'm waiting for us to run into the bear that's over here. Because I don't think I'm going to be able to take down the bear even with the sword. At least I thought it was a bear that we saw over here. I'm not seeing anything that resembles a bear anymore. It might be worth just trying to run into a cave or something to get killed. So that we don't have to run back home. I hear another wolf. Sounded like it was coming from somewhere over here. Here's more resin. So we are uncovering more resin. That makes this a little bit more worth it, even though we're not finding animals. Where is this wolf that I'm hearing? We hear it howl, but it doesn't seem like we're getting any closer to it. There is a Magmar in chat, that's Gen 1. Apparently I have it. Gino does not have it. Good luck, Gino. Really, where the bear is gone, the wolf is nowhere to be found. Alright, I heard it this time. I might let us die to starvation just so that we get home quicker. It did sound like we were going further away from it and that it was over here. The wolf, I mean. I'm jumping to hopefully catch something that moves. Ah, it's a pack of deer. Hmm. I don't know, chat, but the longer we stay out here, the longer that wolf that we killed by the merchant is going to, be sitting on the ground rotting. So I think it is time for us to head back home. Of course, chopping down leaves on the way. And I'm not gonna go for that wolf that I keep hearing anymore. But if we end up finding it, I'm gonna let it kill us. Chicken? What's the chicken doing in here? We didn't pass the chicken on the way in. Hi, baby. I wonder if the wolf I keep hearing is hunting something. And that's why we can't find it. Oh, we found pigs! And here's the sow. And I lost it. Oh, there it is. Come on. I just heard it, but I didn't see it, so I don't know which way it ran. So it looks like the sow runs, but the board doesn't. Hello, resin. Well, that's two animals we have to come back for now. Maybe I should have let the boar kill me. Is that the sow right there? Oh, that's a berry bush. Or a leaf. That's the sow. Hello. Oh, that's cool. I can actually see the ruin when it's in winter. Alright, we are on the outskirts of the area here. I'm gonna jump down in a hole and see what it has to store. Or in store. You can hit me. Oh, iron! Look at that. I'll save that for later. Hello, boat's horns. That missed me. Oh, this just keeps going down. Nothing that way. Oh, we're getting hurt by starvation, by the way. I was trying to figure out how they're still hitting me from far away, but they're not. Starvation does take a rather long time, so I'm going to try and get up to the boat's horns and just let them poke me. Alright, where are they at? You know what? There we go. I heard it wind up, so I figured if I just sit there, I'd be fine. Alright, cheese and the animals. So we now have a little bit of cheese that we can use for making ingredients better. Where do we keep our honey? Do we even have a barrel of honey somewhere? Is it this one? There it is. I don't want to eat it. How do I do this? Control, and then right click. So now we could have just got the beeswax from that trader. But this way we're at least getting honey and beeswax from the same thing. That's all of it. That back up there. This goes in there because I don't know what I'm going to use beeswax for. What can it be used for? It can be used for crocks. Waxing cheese. Waxing a bunch of other things. Why would you wax sturdy leather? Oh, that's for making sturdy leather. And it's used for candles, which are then used for lanterns. Okay. So if later on we want to make lanterns out of stuff, we're going to need to use our wax. Okay, one there, one there. Let's get these going. Should probably put the bags back on, so that I have an increased inventory space for all this stuff. Now, I think the bears should always give us like 3 pieces of fat. Look at how big they are. Wait, did that actually? No, they only gave us 2. And I have nothing else worthwhile for in here. Head back down here, throw our stuff in here. We have a lot of medium hides. A lot of large hides. If we get 5 bears, I'm gonna prepare them for leather. And I think... yeah, the offal is ready. This one is, at least. And then... this one's almost ready. It says 1 hour. So, what was that? What does this do? 0.2 liters of blood per bloody offal, and actually it's 2 pieces of meat. So we didn't really need to clean that second stack. I didn't realize that. So anyway, let's grab this stack of meat. And we need to go upstairs with a bucket. Let's look at this again. It's just crafted. Okay. So if I grab that. That just took all of the meat. Was that supposed to take all of the meat? No, it wasn't. Why did it take all the meat? It should have only taken half the meat. Because that... it only used half the offals. Well, now I'm genuinely confused. See if there's anything else, because it looks like we could add chicken to it, and I know our poultry is pretty low. These are a few days. Yeah, let's use the chicken next. Is it 4? Okay, the chicken is 3. That somewhat makes sense. Because I feel like there's less meat in chicken than there is in the other stuff. So that's one thing you can use this for. Now I'm gonna guess that we can cook this, but also hang it. I'm just gonna leave it in here for now. That other offal should be ready. Throw that in there. And let's put the rest of his blood back. There is a Jang Moo in chat. Now, we've seen its evolutions multiple times. Have I caught it yet? Because this is the cuter version of the 3 evolutions. And I did catch it before. Alright, let's go get those other animals. If I empty our inventory over here, I can put the 3 leather bags in our pocket and then only have to worry about picking up the animals. Because that's 3 rows or 3 bags. Okay. Did I... Oh, I died underneath it. Okay. I didn't mean to delete that. Congrats, Gene, on catching Day Moo. Alright. We just need to go to the apples. If I do this now... then I shouldn't have much issue trying to pick them up. Especially if we have to do like a drive-by where I throw the bag on the ground, grab the body, pick up the bag, and run as we're being attacked. We're gonna do the trader animal last, the wolf that we killed by the trader. Because I think if dead bodies do attract animals, that we could just easily jump into the trader's thing to save ourselves. Alright, so our pig should be right here. Let's go get the boar. Of course, doing a little bit of maintenance on the fauna. I have a feeling that now we're not looking for a bear. We might end up running into a bear at some point. I'm hoping that me saying it out loud will make it not possible. Hello, cave. I don't want to fall into. Alright, here's the boar. So now we just have to go up here to the wolf. Oh, there's the bear. Why am I stuck? Oh, I almost had it with one more hit. So there is a mostly dead bear. Why can't I see anything? Hello? I think I might need to reload the map. So there's a mostly dead bear near our dead wolf. A lot ominous without any music playing. There we go. Alright, let's put the animals back up here. We're gonna have to take down all of them, actually. Wow. Actually, I want cleaver. I don't need the shift, I forgot. Just need to be looking at the table in order to do it. Okay. Put that back there. Put on our bag so we can pick up everything. Including the shears. Put all the stuff in here that we need to put in there. Let's run all this meat downstairs. Alright, let's go get the bear and the wolf, and let's take off that and that and that. I don't think we're gonna... Actually, zinc would be useful. Then I don't think we're gonna need... I have a couple of fallen trees. Alright, let's head to a death marker. That bear should be a one-hit kill with our Falk's sword. if it wasn't running away from us when we got it that low. But we still have to pick up the wolf regardless of if the bear's over there or not. Then I think when we're done with that, that should give us enough fat to continue working on during an anvil. We might spend an hour or two doing the anvil just to get our armor. I'm curious about this. Looks like it could be promising down there. Alright, back into the trees we go. Oh, that was a weird lag. I thought the game was going to crash because I took some leaves apart, I mean. These are the two fruit trees that we would have never noticed if we didn't take the leaves apart. Or this resin. I'm getting distracted by doing the leaves right now. I should probably continue going. Because we don't know how long that wolf is going to be sitting there for. Well, there's a little fox. The bear should still be over here. There. I heard you. There you are. Hello. You have been killed. And the wolf. Hopefully those will plant. Alright, let's head home with what we got. And just like usual, if I keep doing this, then the next time we come back in here, we should be able to see a little bit better. And hopefully we'll be doing this less and less each time. I just need to be able to hit a leaf. I can't tell where the hit markers are. That was pretty good for us to take down a bear if we use the sword. We got it pretty close to dying before we died. These parsnips, they are. Wouldn't have seen those if the leaves were in the way. I don't know if any of those are gonna I heard them actually plant. There are so many leaves in this area. I'm finally out of the forest yet? Nope. It's a little bit hard to tell because I can't see the border with the snow on the minimap. Okay, I think we're finally actually out of the forest. I don't want the seeds. So if we take all of these home, that should give us a decent amount of fat for our axles. I need to go around this. I'm on the wrong side of this hill. There we go. Now I can actually see some light at the end. It looks like we're getting back home just in time for us to get frozen out here. Thought those boxes was an animal for a second. Oh, we didn't even skin any of these. Alright, so, with today being January 12th, should be the last day of the month. Which means we're one step closer to being out of winter. I am going to very quickly do that. Alright, let's head back down. Did I get an extra piece? No, I still need one more. One more hide, and then we have a full barrel's worth of large hides. Let's grab this. Because I'm going to decorate some places with vines. Let's pick up all of the stuff we put in here. And I think what I'm going to do is put these outside like I was doing. Jeez, how many did we get? Okay. I'm not going to try and put 8 pieces of sticks on the ground. It looks like that was the rest of the stuff I had. Let's sort that. Okay, with this open, we're going to need chisel, saw. We're probably going to need more wood. And what I'm going to do is make a bunch of axles. Yeah. How many can I make? I can make 22 axles. Or I can make 10 and save the rest of this for gears. Which we can make more of if I had more sticks in my inventory. Okay, that's one step closer. I might sneeze. I did sneeze. Alright, let's see if we can get closer to being fully prepared. Now, I am probably going to want to be in line with this with the axle, which is going to take a little bit of prep work to get over there. I'm going to want to be over here. Let's take all of this out up to that axle. And we want to go this way. So that point, and then this way. And now we dig into this building. But I also need to know exactly where we're going to end at. So I'm at 105 when I get to there. We need to make a way to get down 6 blocks. Actually, this is negative 477. I can count to that and then know we're inside. We just have to go another 7 blocks and then we're inside the building. So right here should be 1 block in. This that I'm taking away now should be the wall. Alright, chat, we're getting closer. If I dig up like that. That should be like a foundation from the rubble. That should be right underneath the wall. Actually, it looks like this is... Does it have a foundation floor? I think it does. But anyway, this should be going straight up. Now, if I want a gear, that would go here. And it is a plus. Or a 3x3 cube. So this would be the entire space for the large gear. Then I'm gonna want space around it for me to walk. Let's do this as well, so I know where I have to stop. Alright, that should be all I need for this. I am going to need to take this one block higher so I can climb over the axles that I'm going to place down. If I need to go any higher than that, I'll have to do that later on. We're going to need a bunch of torches in here so that I don't get monsters spawning, so I think we're going to just grab a bunch more of those torch holders. A few more torches. And just add it to the list here. Let's put the stone in here. And that's all the stone. Apparently we have sandstone in there though. Can I put any more of this granite in here? Not that one. We need rubble storage. One copper plate surrounded by planks. We don't have any copper here. So if I want to make $20 ingots, I would need I need 20 pieces of nuggets to make 20 ingots. So let's just make 18 ingots. Because that would... That only makes 360 units? That's 3 ingots and a half. So I want 40 units more. Getting closer. Apparently it was only 8 more pieces. Okay, this is the best way that I can use this special nugget copper. Tin bronze. That's another special type of copper bits. Could use those instead. Trying to get it so that we only have native copper and not the extra stuff. Like, we should have iron in here somewhere too. I did just have to break them apart. Actually, no, the iron would be up top. So it would have mixed back in with the hematite. Or it was these. I think it was this. 20 pieces there. Oh, that's right. There's two different things that can make iron. Which is unfortunate because I can't fire both of these. So they're going to be stuck in this chest forever. So that's going to go down there. This can be smelted into an ingot. That's going to have to stay up there. Trying to sort these a little bit better. Let's bring the copper nails down here. That would make more sense in my head. Alright, then this. Six pieces for iron. Put that up there. We can get more black coal, so let's not use that. We'll use brown coal after the charcoal runs out. Alright, that just has to get up to a whopping 475? No, 1084. So it's going to use all the all the charcoal that we placed in there before it even gets to that temperature. I don't think one charcoal will get that hot. And this brown coal is hot enough to keep it that warm. But the brown coal is a lower high temp. So the fire itself is going to lower in temperature after we put the brown coal in there. Let's grab our smelting stuff. And we'll do some more iron blooms while we're waiting. So that's just 1, 2. And it's supposed to be there. Just like that. That'll take some time to warm up. Put half a stack of iron in there. Or brown coal. Actually, it's not going to get or take that long. I'll put 7 in there and we'll see if it gets done before then. And if I do this, I can see both temperatures raising. Because at the top I can see the forge temperature. And I can also see the arrow of the copper being done. Copper, which is heating up quite a bit to where the ingots or the little nuggets have changed colors. The fire temperature is going down pretty fast. It's going down like 3 or 4 degrees each second. Alright, the iron bloom is almost ready for it to be taken out. When it gets to 900 degrees, the coal runs out, so it's almost ready. I'm gonna need this in my offhand, I almost forgot it. Get that started. Let's go with just one more piece. Now that crucible shouldn't cool down fast enough for us to not be able to pour it if I don't get this ingot ready beforehand, before it's ready. I'm hoping that I can get through this ingot before the next iron bloom is ready to be turned. So we might need to make another iron hammer before we do all of the other stuff. All the iron plates. I think I'm gonna grab... well, that's ready. I'm gonna grab an extra iron bloom, so we can turn one of them into a hammer. This is ready. Let's get the next one going. And then I'm gonna grab this and quickly run out and do the molds. There should be only 6, right? Or was it 4? It was 4. That's not bad. They shouldn't break due to the outside temperature, but if they get rained on or snowed on, that's when they have the chance to break. So I shouldn't have to worry about any of this stuff. I have a feeling that iron bloom is going to be ready for us to pick out before this ingot is done. Yes, it is. We want to stay on top of the forge. For time efficiency. We will get ingots that take less time to hammer out than it takes for the forge to heat up the ingot or the bloom. So we will catch up on being able to do 1-to-1. This has a lot of slag on it. Look at that, we already caught up. It looks like our bronze knife is almost done, by the way. And they just noticed the durability left on that, so we should probably pick up our iron knife. And I think while I'm at it with trying to make another iron hammer, I should probably make 3 other things. Um, why is her axe way up there? I guess I put that away earlier. I think maybe we'll make a hammer. Second knife, because we now need that in our inventory now. I'm trying to think if I should make any other tools or spare. Probably an iron blade. Unless the two swords count as the falk sword. I don't know if the short sword counts as a falk's blade or not. Now, something I could be doing while these are hot is immediately turning them into the plates. But I'm not too worried about using some extra coal. I can't even tell where it's taken away stuff at this point. Doing all this shouldn't take too long. And the iron plates are going to be a lot quicker to do because we can heat up all the iron while we're hammering out the last iron bloom into an ingot. And then just keep taking them out when they're heated up enough. So the system I have built here now won't take us too long to... Oh, that wasn't done. That's probably not going to get all the way up to 900. Yeah, doesn't matter. This doesn't take us long to hammer these out. They don't get cold before I finish them. I should probably go grab another 3 iron blooms though. So that we can use a full 4 iron ingots to make 4 tools. Which is more efficient with the coal. I wonder if the animation for a bear, when it attacks you, if it needs to be running in a straight line before it's able to stop and try to attack. Because if we keep going in a circle, it seemed like the bear wasn't able to hit us. Because when we were fighting it with the Falk's Blade, we got some good hits in before it killed us. We almost killed it completely. I think we might have to do 4 ingots soon. Make the tools. I don't know how much more of these blooms I'm going to be able to do before I need a hammer. So, hammer, knife. Shovel, prospecting pick. Hammer, knife, shovel, prospecting. I think that's probably good. I think we'll do it after the next iron bloom. The one I just put in the forge. I do have a shovel in my inventory. No, I don't. I don't have a spare shovel. There's a gullet in chat if anyone wants a gullet. Alright, so now I am actually going to put in the ingots because I'm getting worried with the hammer. They are going to get red hot. I guess it should be considered yellow hot. Now, they are already at a temperature before they change color to where we can work it. Like right now, the one on the anvil is red, and we can use it then. But the time that we have to hammer this out is taken up by the coal. So I'm gonna wait for the coal to go out, and then we'll take it out and put in the next bloom. All right, first thing, hammer. Then it was prospecting pick. Even though we haven't really prospected in a while. I have a feeling that we're gonna have to go looking for sulfur. So I don't remember if we found sulfur anywhere. Next one was shovel. And then the last one was a knife. Where is knife? Knife blade. The next bloom is ready, but we're almost done this, so I'll wait. Alright, we're back on track now. And I don't have to quench any of the stuff that's in my pocket until I'm completely done with it. Because it'll help it retain its heat before I have to work it again into iron plates. I could have sworn that one of the cats just walked over by the table, but nobody's there. We do have paintbrush in the very top part of the cat tree over here. I don't know where Mama is. Oh, she's also there. Both cats are in the tree. It must be their nap time in the middle of the day for us. Alright, we should be getting close to almost being done. We're about 3/4 of the way in, including this iron bloom that I still have yet to hammer it. Did I not put the charcoal? There we go. That was weird. Could have sworn that I put the coal in. I don't know what to say. How was everyone's weekend so far? If you're in the US, we have a 3-day weekend. My area is 4 days. For some reason, we had off the day before Valentine's Day, which was this past Friday. Valentine's Day was yesterday, but I had off on Friday for some reason. But we have off on Monday for President's Day. Should probably check on the ingot molds that are outside. And I hit a button on the earbud and it made us sit on the ground. Alright, while that is almost done, those are ready. We'll keep them in our inventory. So I remember what we needed them for. Oh, it's for copper plates. I just remembered. We'll put them in next after the next iron bloom. that one bloom. Didn't take too long to finish. Put these back on. Hammer out this. I've noticed that when it's placing an iron voxel, it makes sparks. But when it's taken away the slag, it doesn't do the sparks. So I guess that's a nice indicator of telling what it's doing if you can't see. Was that the exact amount of voxels that we needed? I think that was. That's pretty neat. Alright, they're ready now. Plate. To get the next thing going. We're probably not going to finish both plates before that bloom is done. Because this is a lot of voxels to get rid of. We're definitely going to get one plate done, but I don't know if we'll be able to get both before having to put the bloom in our pocket. Okay, that's one plate. I am getting worried that we're going to need this hammer in the middle of making this plate. And there's the iron bloom, as expected. Put this on. We're buying the two of these because they can stack, and I don't know why I didn't automatically. Probably because they had two different temperatures, but still. I think the temperature shouldn't make it not be able to stack. We're on the last four molds, on the other hand. Or iron blooms, I mean, not molds. Speaking of molds, I don't remember if I said this in a past stream, but after doing some research on YouTube, I was reminded that there is a thing that is pretty much a storage for all of our molds, so we don't have to keep them in chests. I keep forgetting that I can make one. So we might make one of those soon. So, for anyone who's been following along, it looks like in order to make iron-plated armor, you need at least 2 iron hammers. We've gone through one just now. Before that, there was another iron hammer that was about half durability when we first started doing all this. And we're now on the 3rd hammer, but we did also use a black bronze hammer. But I don't know how much durability that black bronze hammer had. So I don't know if that should count as the 3rd iron hammer, or if that should count towards the 1st iron hammer that was taken. Alright, we're on our last 2 iron blooms before we start putting in all the ingots again. Here's the last bloom going in. This one had a lot of voxels to take care of. Surprised. Alright, mix them all together. And here goes the first 4 iron ingots. For our plates. It is also now February 1st in the game. Or for those across the pond, the 1st of February. I also noticed something on the minimap that looks like I have to fix a road piece somewhere. Either that or it just doesn't have snow on it. Alright, you go into that. This is as hot as it can get with that coal. And then this is going in the plates. I just have to make sure I click on the right spot. They're over on this side now. I wonder if this would be a little bit quicker. Because it can move more than one voxel at a time. Unlike the mod, which only moves one voxel at a time. Alright, that's probably close enough. That seemed a little bit quicker. Let's try and get this hammered out a little bit better. It looks like the next 4 ingots are ready. Oh, that's not what I meant to do. I meant to switch back. I think I might be better off just doing the regular hammer trick. The regular automated portion of it. So it doesn't look like I saved any time on having this ready before the coal went out. I'm hoping when I pick up those 4 ingots that they will mix together with the 2 that are still hot. And that they won't create another stack in my inventory. Because they are in fact ready now. They made another stack. I also need to get some food, because we're close to starving. Need that. Need this. Start the next one, which isn't even going to get halfway done before the coal runs out. Yep. I had a feeling. I'm hoping that when I combine them, they're staying hot longer than they are cooling down. We shouldn't have an issue as long as they don't change from the yellow color to something else. Because the closer they get to red, the less temperature they're going to have for us to work with. And we need them to stay above 741 degrees. Are we gonna get this plate done before the next one's ready? I don't think we are. Nope. Oh, wait a minute. Why are they so cold? They didn't stay very warm. I'm gonna have to reheat them at some point. That was weird. Everything else got yellow, but those only just barely got enough heat. Oh, these were the ones that were colder. They were the ones that were sitting in my pocket longer than the first set. Okay, that makes a little bit of sense. Well, that's kind of okay. At least it'll keep the whole entire stack hot enough. Where did they go? Looks like they went into the correct stack. Well, these are staying hot, which is good. So maybe we're not too much in trouble. I don't know if I picked up the one that was on the floor. Alright, here's another 4. And if we're lucky, this is the last time that we have to use the forge. Good luck on catching the Centrit, Gino. I was about to say, I'm not sure why the noise didn't play. That took a while for it to show up after your message. Grab them, add them to the temperature here. I think we might have to put another 4 ingots onto the forge. Maybe even 2 sets of it. You know, I'm gonna just start them now. Because I think after we do the next plate after this one, whatever we try to place after that next one won't be hot enough. Congrats, Gino. So even if we don't need to put 2 sets of 4 into the forge, this one set being hotter should raise the temperature of everything else. Yeah, we have enough temperature to do these. We could probably do one more. But I don't know if we could do all 4. So I'm going to leave those 4 ingots in the forge. Because even if they're cooling down in there, they should stay hot enough for us to not need to pick them out. It does seem like they're cooling down somewhat rapidly. They're at 84. And now they're at 900 something. I think I should have made 2 hammers instead of a hammer and a shovel earlier. Or maybe not the prospecting pick. That's another thing I have to update. The announcement for safety meetings. I have to take off February's safety meeting from the list. But, good news, we only have 3 more safety meetings for the rest of the year. There won't be one in June. There's only 3 full months left of school. 4 if you count the rest of this month and the 1 or 2 weeks that I might have in June. Alright, here's the last plate going down. Now, technically, I don't have to quench this in order to use it in crafting, but I think I am going to quench them just for the fact that we spent so long doing this. Then you can drive as wild as you want. Well, then we're gonna go back to doing 4-hour streams for like 2 or 3 months straight. Because I won't have any schools again. The only thing I have to find out is when my 2 or 3 private schools, when their last days are. Because as far as I know, the public schools, they're done the first week of June. But I don't know if my private schools are going to be done the same time. Last year I had more than just 3 private schools. Okay, knife. Oh, I had an extra prospecting pick right there. I didn't know that. Shovel can go back there. And I guess this one can go right there. Oh, I do have food on me. That whole time I thought I had to go get more. Out there. Hammer here, torch on the holder. Pole back in here. We want 10 planks. I think it's like this, but I could be wrong. Is it this way? It's that way. We'll make 2 chests just in case. And these are going to eventually be put into this building when we turn that into a quarry building. And that is so that I can grab the granite in this chest that I did not put in there. Yeah, that should be all of them. Now, with these 16 plates, we should have enough to make all of this into plate armor. So I have 2 leather. So that's 1 armor done. Here is the next piece. Why do we have a helmet in here? Did we not use the helmet for... Hold on a second. Why am I getting hurt by this? We keep the chainmail armor. And the plates? I don't think this is supposed to happen. I'm pretty sure it's supposed to devour that, right? Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's supposed to take the entire armor with it. It did just there. I'm gonna restart my game because I think it glitched out with the fact that this is too hot. Because now it's on the ground again. No, I just picked up all the armor. I don't think it's supposed to do that, chat. I am going to go and quench all of these. Then reload the game and see if our plate armor goes away. Because it would have made more sense if we're using chainmail armor to make plate armor that it would use the chain armor. Apparently I had some more to quench. And I don't know how many of them are done, so we'll just put all of it in there. I mean, if we get the chainmail armor, we'll just make a an armor dummy for it. All right, let's reload. Because we did have that glitch earlier where we couldn't see anything. While we're waiting, and since I didn't eat my breakfast, I'm gonna have a few pieces of Reese's Pieces, not to be confused with Skittles. Okay, we're back. We have the plates in here. We did not get the armor. That's what I was expecting. Alright, let's try this again. And we also got the leather back. So that's the helmet. If I close out of this... Yep, it definitely was. So make sure you quench the plates before you try and use them. Thankfully, we didn't lose anything. But it did bug out saying that we made the armor. And with that, we have made our third set of armor. We made leather armor. We then made chainmail armor at the beginning of the stream. And now we made our plate armor. Which, aside from being iron, is the strongest armor that we can currently make. Obviously, we can keep going and make steel armor, and we will do that at some point. Here we are, in all of our glory. And as far as I know, we get a new walking sound. Which sounds like armor. And as far as I know, the chainmail armor, the scale armor, and the plate armor have different noises. We didn't test it out beforehand, so I don't know. Alright. One thing I need to know is how do we repair them? So you're going to need a piece of leather, piece of chain, piece of plate for the helmet. And it's the same for the body. It's the same for the pants. So I'm going to have to make a few off-stream so that I have it for when we need armor. Let's go check in on the leather. It's not going to be done. Also, what is our buff on our speed or debuff? We dropped quite a bit. So we are stronger, but we walk slower. Okay, we have 1.5 days. That's the 3rd of February. We have our ink done. So if we need this for something, we have it. I just wanted it so we could say we had it. We gotta find something to do with the cheese. I am right now looking at different foods that we have yet to make that are modded. We have not made fruit bars yet. We did not make vintage sausage, which we were talking about, but we need fat for that. We did not make fruit bread. It's just bread with fruit added to it. We made pasta with noodles. We made soy sauce. We made sushi rolls. We did not make scrambled eggs, but we don't really need to. Although we could make them out of second scrambled eggs. It's 0.2 liters of egg, 1 vegetable, 1 thing that's dairy, 0.1 ounce or 0.1 liters of soy sauce, and 1 meat. It's pretty much just a large omelet. We didn't make rice balls yet because we didn't have the soy sauce at the time. Oh, we also didn't make breadcrumbs. We should make some bread. Now, I've never made bread, so I want to make sure that I do it the right way. I'm guessing it's not going to tell me how to make bread. Oh, there we go. So it's just water and flour. How much is it? 0.5 liters? Yeah, it looks like half a liter per flour. I know this is blood, but I'm hoping that the regular kind is just water. Do we need this at all? Seal water and dried fruit in a barrel for 6 days to create yeast water. Then mix it with salt and flour to create bread starter. As long as you have at least 1 liter of bread starter, you can feed it by kneading it with more water and flour, keeping it alive indefinitely. Bread starter is an excellent addition to any dough. Well, if we had fruit, we would be doing that. All right, let's make some bread. Oh, that's right. I need to make this flour first. Trying to make bread out of grain. And this is all so that we can make breadcrumbs for our rice balls. And speaking of bread, there is a little loaf laying on the floor behind me. You guys can see her in the cat camera. She looks like a pillow being that small. I don't think I'm going to do the whole entire stack anymore. I think we might just do half a stack. We also should try and start making vinegar. Alright, there's half a stack. Not as much as I'm going to make you guys wait for. Now, if I add this to water, it should make dough. It looks like it's a 1-to-1 ratio. Because I made 10 dough out of this. Yeah, it's definitely a 1-to-1 ratio. Fill up the bucket again. We need to go upstairs. And get our oven going. So let's just take all the firewood that we have here. Let's press G to sit inside. We should probably grab more wood. I'm gonna go grab more wood. Grab all the wood that we have. And I think it's crazy that right now I'm trying to run, but I can't. And how did you spawn out here? And you now walk faster than me. So that's going to be an issue to work through. We might want to start doing arrows. Okay. All of this right here. We'll use the aged wood next. And I want to see, how hot does bread have to be? Oh, there's bread shelves. I forgot we can make shelves for food. There we go. Bacon temperature is 200. Okay, so this just has to be above 200, which it is. And then we wait for it to be fully baked. So it's going to first switch to partially baked bread. And then there's one more step after that. Well, there's actually 3 total steps. It's partially baked, baked, and then burnt, or something related to being burnt. This was a Willow thing, so I don't actually know. Speaking of Willow, Willow's doing a 24-hour stream today, and it also looks like that Regus raided in. Oh, you can actually see the bread's getting bigger. I don't know if you guys can make it out, but it's actually going up by a pixel every second. So right now they're partially baked. Now it just says rye bread. We're gonna stop it there because I don't want to burn it. I'm gonna look away for a moment. Alright, and I just dropped a piece of chocolate on the ground, which I do not want the cats to get. And how's our bread? Partially baked. They're probably close to being fully baked. Okay, now I see it. There it goes. Oh, you need an offhand. Alright, I need to keep this open so I can see what we need for this. Alright, rice balls, also known as grain balls because you can make them out of any grain. Only rice is the best grain to use for it. Is made by first putting bread in the quern to make breadcrumbs. Then you take the grain balls, you add 0.1 liters of fruit syrup with 1 breadcrumb, with 1 flour, with 1 piece of meat, and 1 piece of salt. Then you can fry the grain balls to give it a healing buff. And if you put it in a mixing bowl with 0.1 liters of oil, it then makes fried grain balls? No, you have to... I don't know what that's called. The 0.1 liters of oil with the grain ball. Probably oiled instead of... Ah, that got burnt. Oh, when it's burnt, it's called charred. Anyway, to make fried grain balls, you put the oiled ball and bake it. Then you can add 0.1 liters of soy sauce to the fried grain balls to make deluxe grain balls. So our issue right now is that we have 0 fruit. Fruit is also counted as berries, or the other way around. I think after this set of 4 bread, we're gonna have to put more wood in. Because I don't know if they're gonna get fully baked. Oh, they did! Cool. And the only reason why I'm trying to make all of these modded food, besides the fact that they're a little bit difficult to make, they require you to have a lot of different types of things. It's also for the fact that they do a bunch of your, I don't know what it's called, nutrients? Yeah, nutrition. So if you do the right thing, you could have all 5 nutrients in it, in your food. And I think you can do that with vanilla food as well. I'm not sure. And I just realized with this armor, our hunger rate is almost doubled. Hmm. Congrats, Gene, on catching Gothita. She moved, but she's still behind me on the floor. You guys can kind of see her back end. Mama. Who is probably chirping every time I talk to her. What are you doing? Yeah, you are chirping. And the little one's still up there. I can see his ear. Now, luckily, if we go to a food merchant, they do sell berries and fruit. Our issue is I don't have any rusty gears anymore. I'll need 2 more sets of bread to make. I wonder if when I wrote down fruit syrup, if maple syrup counts as that. Because that's from a tree. That's not necessarily a fruit. But it is still a syrup. I might have to rewatch the videos for this and reword things to make it more detailed. Here's the last set of 4. Alright, so we have apple, blueberry, cranberry, red currant, white currant, black currant. Those are pretty much the common things, apples and berries. Then you have saguaro, pineapple, cherry, peach, pear, orange, mango, breadfruit, like, pomegranate, birch syrup. By boiling tree sap, the sugar to water ratio increases as water evaporates. You can make syrup from birch. I never knew that. I thought the only type of syrup you could make was from maple. But anyway. We want to get these collected by placing a spile into a maple log and a liquid container directly beneath it. The tree will only produce sap during January, February, and March. We should probably get making that. Because if that's true, we only have 2 months left. They're all done. Okay, let's put these aged wood here. And we're gonna go bring the bread down here. And put it away. Excuse me. 1.1, 4.4. 31 years, this blue cheese. Wow. Alright, let's see if we have any maple trees nearby. It looks like these guys aren't walking too fast. Alright, we do have one maple tree here. We could probably make a copper spile and get a little bit of maple syrup from it. I'm gonna guess we don't need a lot of maple syrup. Should we make it out of bronze? We have a lot of bronze. Let's make it out of bronze. We're gonna make whatever 4 ingots worth is. And for these, we don't have to get them completely hot. Oh, what is their temperature again? I think it's like 4 something. 475. So we'll wait until they get around the 550 mark. Actually, the first one we could take away right when it's ready. And the rest we can just let keep heating up. We're looking for spiles. I used to know what they look like, now I all of a sudden don't. Oh, it's right here. Did that just say 4 can be made? By 2 ingots? I think it did, chat. When I do the next thing, I'm gonna read what the second option was. I just throw that up there. Grab one more ingot. What does this say? Yep, it is 4 spiles from 2 ingots. Which is a better ratio than what I just did with the first 2 ingots. I never noticed that with the things that double. So, for this one, it's more efficient to do 2 ingots at once. Because you get an extra 2 spiles from it. Oh, now I kind of see why it made it wider. That makes sense. Alright, that should be... Yep, 6 total. I think if we have a lot of snow on the ground, we should be able to throw this in snow and have it, like, melt the snow or something. Like, it wouldn't quench it completely. But it should... I think it'd be cool if it did something. Oh, they just stay at the top of the water. That's cool. Okay, so we made more spirals than we need on purpose. Let's go put this in there. I need a bucket. I'll grab that one. So we're gonna need to make a little forest. If I put this right here and then this there. How do I know if it's working? Gently siphon the liquid nectar from the trees around you. But I would imagine that they would have like an animation. And this is in fact a mod. A metal peg that broaches liquid from various trees. Whether or not a tree produces liquid depends on the time of year, as trees produce more or less sap, gum, or nectar during certain seasons. Tapping a tree creates a small wound in the bark that allows sap to flow like blood, albeit slowly. It can produce birch sap, maple sap, or resin depending on the tree. Collect it by placing a spiral into a maple log and a liquid container directly beneath it. The tree will only produce sap between January, February, and March. So I think we just have to wait a while before we see it. Unlike the blood animation from the butchering mod, I don't think this has an animation. The question I have next is... do we get more maple from one tree if we put spirals on all 4 cardinal directions? I don't know. But we are going to hold off on that because we're getting close to the end of the stream. So I'm just going to place this in here. And also, if we place birch logs down, do we get birch sap from that? Or does it have to be a naturally growing tree? Because we could just cut down trees and place logs. It's another thing to think about. But anyway, we're going to go into our little chicken enclosure over here. And find out how many of them we can kill. I also want to go into the pigs and see if we can take out some of the sows. And they're all inside the house. Okay, so we gotta go back out. We gotta scare them away from the door over here. I'm gonna wait because I saw a chicken head right there. There we go. Okay, I see one. Does that rooster say 0? Damage tier is 0. Generation is 2. Generation 1. Okay, I think 1 is the generation we want to take away. But I also need this rooster to get out of here. Alright, how many over here? I'm seeing 1s and 2s. I'm not seeing any 3s, which would make sense, because if they were Generation 3, they wouldn't be running. So we want to take away anything that's a 1, which would be this hen here. Not that hen. Not the rooster. What are you? You're Generation 1. You're a Generation 1. Oh, now there's more than one over here. I think I want you. Generation 2, that's the rooster. Which is also a 2. You're also a 2. If I can get them to run back to me. Because they're just out of reach for me to tell what they are. What if I go like this? Just break in. 1. Okay, they're both a 1. So I didn't have that many Generation 2 animals, really? So I can pick up all these now. You are a 2, you're a 2, you're a 2. All of them are Generation 2 there. Yeah, they're all 2. Generation 1, Generation 1. So we didn't have that many Generation 2 animals out here. Which is somewhat okay, because if I feed them, they'll make Generation 3, and then those animals will be the ones that we can tell easily are the right generation, because they won't be running from us. We'll just have to chase down the ones that do run from us. Alright, now I'm gonna try my best to survive going in here. So we're looking for anything that is not Generation 1. It should be Generation 0. That doesn't even say generation on that, so... Or that boar. You say generation, you do not. Alright. Generation 1. No generation. Generation 1. You know, I should have made sure that we had a boar before I did that. Okay, we do have a boar. That could have been bad. Alright, so I have 1 male and 4 females? And you're the female that I want to kill off. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 females, 1 male. I'm trying to use the spear so that we can get this to break and then no longer need spears again. Yeah, for a second I thought there was one attacking me. And the issue I have is I have too many things in my inventory. Did our spear break? Hold on a second. I don't have the spear on me anymore. Yes, I do. It just bugged out. Okay, now I should be able to go like this. And like this. Pick them up. Need an empty hand. And where is the boar? There we go. We got a lot of food here. Unfortunately, the thing that we have the most of is chickens, which don't give us anything of use other than feathers and poultry. And I'm starting to think that maybe this armor was a bad choice for something to use every day. Then again, maybe it's not. I don't know. Alright, we have 4 animals up there that I cannot pick up, so I'm gonna have to throw some animals on the ground out here. In order for me to go like this and place them down. Alright, let's slowly pick these up. Place you back here. Butcher the rest of these. Should probably get the fat from these guys while we wait. This will be giving them time to drain out while we're doing this. And I need to throw the bag on the ground. And we picked up the bag I didn't mean to pick up. And I picked up the bag again. And I picked up the bag again. Then I stopped picking up the bag for a second. And I need an offhand to pick up the animals. There we go. Whoops, didn't mean to pick it up. Alright. Now we can pick up everything off the ground. Clean that little bit of fat. Now these should be done relatively soon. They're only about a minute, 2 minutes to drain out. So if we head down here ever so slowly. By the time that we have all this taken care of, should be good to go. That poultry only has 2 days, but we're about to have more. So I think we'll mix it together with more orifice to make it do better. We have a lot of hides. We're definitely not going to have to keep going with the leather. Do we wait here for a minute? Do we not? I think we put more stuff away and then we come back to it. Because we have feathers, we have fat, we can probably go make a few things out of that. By the time we walk from the house back to here, the first 4 animals should be done. So what do we need most? We probably need axles the most. We use all the fat for the axles. I didn't realize that I don't need a saw for that. Alright, let's put... Do the axles on me, right? No, they're in here. Let's put the rest of the feathers away. We finally hit the max, so 128 is the max that you can hold. Where did I put my bucket? Bucket of water went somewhere. I don't think I used it. Oh, by the way, this is done. I don't think I used it for the maple, but I could have. Not realizing it. Alright, let's do another bloomery. This here. Did I use all the charcoal? I did. Let's put cinnabar down here. And then let's grab... Oh, that's the charcoal I left for me. Alright, and since we only have one or two more bricks in here, that might be the last bloomery that we do. Not too sure about it, but it might be the last one. Did I put a water bucket here? I did not, but there is maple sap there. It's probably not going to give us a lot of maple syrup once we boil it down and everything. But does one of these have water in it? I don't know what we did with our water bucket. It's not in here. Excuse me. I went to mute the mic and I didn't grab it in time. There's just one random bowl in here for some reason. Okay. Let's just grab another bucket from in here. Wrong one. I have no idea where I put my water bucket. It's probably in a chest somewhere. So that I had room to carry more animals with me. We work towards making the next butchery table. I think I will. And we finally broke our bronze knife. And there was a shink in chat. I didn't realize it until just now. These chickens get taken apart very quickly. And that was the only chicken I had left? Really? Thought I was gonna have more. Alright, add you to there, sort. We have more feathers somehow. Oh, because I had 3 more chickens. Okay. Let's put the meat away, then deal with our axles. We have 6 poultry, which is enough for 2 more of these. No, I want the... Oh, I see what's going on. Right, I need a bucket for the blood. One last check to make sure that none of these buckets are full of water. And then what I'm going to do is I'm just going to take the blood out of these. And then this guy, go right here. Why does that still have blood in it? Why does that... It still has... That's a full barrel. What happens to blood when it cures? I don't know what happens to blood when it cures. You can't seal it. So we now have a bucket of blood. And we need a barrel for it. So you're coming with me. And I guess this is gonna have to go down here. You go in there. Axles come down here. I have this in my hand. I'm gonna need more ladders. Should I wait for these? I should. They'll be done soon. So let's go back, grab some ladders. Let's first make sure I have the right height. So this is 111. What height do we get to over here? 1.5, so I need 6 ladders. If we have 6 ruined ladders, I'll use them. Otherwise, we're gonna have to make 6 new ones and mix them together with the old ones. Or just make a whole bunch of new ones. Alright, so they would be in here. Nope, that's the wood. I see no ladders. Here are some regular ladders. I see no more ruined ladders. Let's have a thing here. Ah, we had another flint knife. Actually, we should probably keep that for if we accidentally get rid of all of our stuff. Alright, both my earbuds just died. Make ladders out of a stick and 6 planks, it makes 3 each. If I do this, that should be the exact amount that we need. And let's do another 3. Just because I think 11 total is how much we're going to need. We're going from the ground floor here all the way into the basement. One, two, three. Yeah. We'll have one left over, and I forgot these are stone. So this is going to get moved eventually. Maybe not. Because this looks like it's hitting right where we want it. Because we want the big gear to be right here. Which, thankfully, we can make out of just resin. But I think we need fat for us to combine the 4 sections into one large gear. Not entirely sure. We're going to go in here, put stuff away. Oh, we also needed a few of these. Oh, I just realized that you guys can't hear it when I can't hear it. Hold on a second, chat. I keep forgetting that. So I thought I was the only one that was in silence here. There you go. You guys should be able to hear it now. I can't. I still can't. It's one of my main gripes with this game. Probably put the age ladders away as well. We came in here for axles. What? Not axles. I need a bunch of planks. I don't know how many I'm gonna need, so I'll just do that amount. One. What do I not have enough of? Sticks. I need sticks. One, two, 4. What do I not have enough of? I don't have enough resin. I need one more piece of resin. But I have enough of everything else. Alright, let's see if the tree that's right up here has resin. Because we do have one resin tree on the side of our hill here. Oh, we do have resin on it. Look at that. Nice. The one resin to rule them all. I think it's slightly odd that we get maple syrup from the winter months. Is that the same IRL? Oh, that's why the thing on the map shows an okay. So on the minimap, it says that the road is a little bit wider in that section, and I was confused on why. I want to make one more of those. Now, it takes an axle and more planks, but I can make one. That's all I need. Put all this away. We also still have the cleaver on us. I forgot the food over here. That's where our bucket went. We threw it out. I hope it hasn't been 10 minutes. We'll know if there's sushi for me to pick up over here. Oh no. And make sure it didn't just like pop in here or something. So earlier when I was trying to carry all the dead animals that we killed, I threw sushi and I guess our bucket out of this. And it looks like it despawned. I blame chat. You guys should have told me. Definitely your fault, not mine. Alright. And we're gonna start taking starvation. Let's grow in here. Grab some more sushi. Let's run back upstairs, put this cleaver away, and then run downstairs and work more on the axles. Actually, since the chickens are ready, probably why I had the cleaver still on me. There is a Yanma in chat if anyone wants a baby dragonfly. Throw that up there, sort. Now we have a little bit more stuff to make orifices out of. I do realize I still have the cleaver on me. That's because I'm trying to run down here to grab 2 more of those. Because it's a 1-to-3 ratio with the poultry. Grab you, grab that. You back there, you right there. Actually, that's not what I meant to do. Empty all that, then put that down. Okay. We're almost done going back and forth from this floor to the next. That away. Run downstairs. We need one of the gears that I forgot up here. Yeah, if we go down here, place that in. Why is this not running right now? Oh, because this isn't set to have any power to it. If I just put that on normal power, And this should be running on normal power. Okay, now we need to figure out how in the world we're going to get power all the way up to all of these different buildings that we have up here. What I think I might do is a quick test. So first, I want the coin to come down here. We're gonna go downstairs. And I need to know if I can put... not like that. If I put an axle here, not like that. Gear there. If I put a quern on top of the gear, will the gear connect to the quern? No, it needs to be on top of an axle. Okay, so if we come back to here, we put the axle back right there. Put the quern back there. That should make this room a house, and down here should go back to being a cellar. Or it's not a room at all. Okay, but the next thing is figuring how I'm going to box this in. I go out. That there. I then want to have multiple axles going downwards into the ground. Which is then at some point going to connect into the large gear. So instead of having them come straight in from here and then having to take away 2 blocks of space just for the power, we're gonna have it come up and in. Now that ruins this for us. This is no longer a room, although it wasn't a room before. But what we'll end up doing is need blocks. We need slabs and we need aged blocks. Where slabs would be. None of those are blocks. That's the blocks I meant. Technically called slabs. I want one of these. Okay, so right here is going to be a full block. Looks like that's made out of wood. Right here has to be a full block. Now I need to go back upstairs. So I'm going to chop down everything here. And everything here to make sure that we do this the way that I'm thinking it. And I forgot that we made this 2 blocks thick. What we could do is raise this all above the floor. Trying to think of how to make this look better. So this right here is going to be another power hole going into that, so that that's automated. This is just for looks. And so is that portion. It makes it 2 blocks thick, or 1.5. Full block there. Full block here. Slab right there. Full block here. Close that. And surprised that didn't fall. This should be all of it right here. Question mark? So if we had maybe a trap door right here, we have another cellar. Okay, so that did nothing to the cellar. It was when we went downwards, we opened it up. Okay, we need a trapdoor for that. This honestly looks horrible, but at the same time, it's better than what it could have been. And now I need this to go away. Or remove the juicer and the mixing bowl. Let's go rearrange our floor upstairs. So I want to grab this. These. Full block, full block. That actually isn't going to have anything underneath it. Slab, full block. And full block. Hopefully this is going to make sense in a little bit. I'm going to have to grab my wrench to move that around. Put that right there, and grab these. If we lowered this 1 block down, we could go back to how this room used to look. We would leave these at the same height that they're on, but they would be elevated 1. And honestly, I think I do want the quern on this side. Now that I'm looking at it. Hope I got that axle. Don't know if I did. Don't like that. Put it there. Nope. I want it on the stone. There we go. Why did it go back onto the wood? And why do I still have the earbuds in? I can't hear anything. Okay, so over here is going to be a mixing bowl. The juicer is going to be in the middle. So I'm going to need that as a temporary placement. You go there. You go here. Get rid of this. Oh, didn't mean to drop all the way down, but still works. Now, if I moved all of this down a block, how difficult would that be? It wouldn't be difficult taking away all the flooring. The juicer might look a little odd being elevated. So maybe I move the oven to the juicer, the fire pit over one, juicer to the fire pit. I think that's what I'm gonna do. Break that apart. Go down a block. Juicer, it looks odd right now, but give me a minute. So we won't need this. We will need... No, next thing I wanted to test is if I put a slab, do we get a room? Not yet, but I think that's because of this. Yes, it is. Okay, so now we can tell if we still have a room here. And slabs do count as a block passing this. So if we take these all out, put a slab right there. That makes this look a little bit better. There's a Chansey in chat. That's Gen 1. Do the wood fall? Oh, they fall right where they were. Nice. Put this back to where it was. And then the next part would be moving the door to where it should be. Outdoors are here. Oh wait, this was supposed to be a full block for the fire pit to be on. So we'll just add a slab in the front to make it look uniform. And for now, I think I can place this on the floor. Yeah. Alright, do the same thing over here. And I would bring this back a block, how it used to be, but I kind of like this being extended a little bit. I forgot to put the cobblestone. That's dry stone. That's also dry stone. Let's put cobblestone right here. Whoop, not right there. That's cobble. That's cobble. Let's put dry stone at the top this time. And then that makes this look weird. And then that also makes this look a little odd. In turn, this has to come down. Now they're identical, in a way. I just need to get my wrench to switch these around, switch to that. Maybe the one underneath the oven. We need trapdoor for that. That's a full block slab. This is almost a room. We're getting closer to finishing for the day, chat. Looks like we're going to 5 hours. Building blocks in there. We need to go into a different spot. I have a barrel in my pocket. That's probably from the juicer. I think I actually want these in here. Right, I'm going to leave the gears over. No, not over here. Makes more sense if they're over with the stuff that we're trying to build with. You go in there. Hello, Shiver. Say hello to my iron knife. Okay, now we're gonna go back down, because we have to figure out where all this is. I'm gonna move this over, but we're not gonna fill it. Actually, we should probably fill in the hole right there. I didn't even hear you, but you moved my whole body. Oh, 4 blocks. So grab you. You right there. But I need the gear. Right there, then you again. Oops. Right there. There must be a portal nearby that I can't hear. I shouldn't be being attacked like this. There's not a portal that I can see, right? It's gotta be through here or something. I don't know, chat. But I do know. Oh, gears right there and there. So that is... $382, 479, and 481. 382. Forgot the trapdoor. 479 is right here. $382. This goes up to that. And then it's 2 blocks over this way. Let's just break this apart as well. That goes up to there. Okay, first issue we have is I need to bring this back a whole block just to make it into the one over here. Because this axle has to come out one before we can put a gear on it. Can't put a gear on a gear onto this, as far as I know. Now that seems like it just shut off the windmill. Just by adding that. I think it was just the wind didn't have enough power for it. Anyway, we could put a gear here, we could put a gear here, and then a gear on gear going straight up. That'll have this all taken care of. How is it in here? We could maybe save some axles. No, I think we'd only be saving gears. I guess I save some axles by making that rod a straight shot in. Where are these guys coming from? Are you just falling from the roof? Okay, I want to take out my lantern so I can see how dark it is in here. Now that I have more torch holders on me. So I want... okay, one right here. I'm gonna dig all this out. I think I might just continue digging everything 3 blocks tall. I'm gonna want one right there. Looks a little dark over here, so let's put one right there. That seems to have brightened us up enough. If anything, they might be able to spawn in that spot. Which I don't know if they'll be able to reach. Then we're gonna need one in our little hallway here. They should help with getting around. And we're definitely going to need one in here somewhere, but maybe I put 2. Like that. And what about this last torch? I think we will take this down. Place first one in the middle and the second one over here. In between all of these gears. That should be enough to keep monsters out from here. Alright, so we're getting very, very close to having this all completed. I think maybe after the next stream on Wednesday we will have at least one of these items connected in. This one's probably going to be the easiest way to get up. It's just a straight shot to it. This one is slightly off. Which is the mixing bowl. Can you guys stop? Alright. This bucket, that dirt, these stones have to get put away. I'm gonna eat the sushi. I'm gonna grab some more. We need to grab a trap door. Bucket, you need to go in there. Dirt. Bones. This goes nowhere because I actually want to combine that into twine and then throw it in here. Over here we should have fine graded trapdoor. Does it matter if it is solid or not? Let's test it out. If it doesn't matter, then we're going to do the graded pine door just for it to match the one above it, which I think might have been a solid pine door or pine trapdoor. There's a shiver. That didn't follow me in here. So up here is an oak solid trapdoor. We might as well do the oak one here. Alright, this is back to being a cellar. It doesn't look like the soy sauce or the seed oil got any type of buffs to it. We have more leather. 22 pieces, so we can go and make our butchering bag. Now, where did that shiver run off to? I don't even see it anymore. So first, let's put this back in there. And we're gonna go like this. Like this. And hope that this creates a leather butchering bag. And it doesn't take the entire knife. Okay, I could have just used the first one. Well, I don't need 2 flint knives, so this is just going to be right on top of that barrel. Now let's see what this butchering bag does. I think it just makes these colored in. And then I can put animals in there that are large. So we're going to keep that. And I think that is where we call it for today. What would we say we did the most? Probably our armor. Let's take a screenshot of our armor. Save the game. And go into our raid out scene. Thanks for watching. If you'd like to catch me live, I stream on Twitch on Wednesdays and Fridays from 10 AM EST to 12:30 PM EST, and on Sundays from 10 AM EST to 2 PM EST.